Alright, what's up everybody? Welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney live streams. My apologies for being late, something I had to get done before the stream could really start. I was home soon enough to actually tell you guys about it though. Anyway, in the last part, we brought up the presence of this box here. And it definitely has some bearing to the case, as there was likely something in it that was stolen. But what was it? Can we prove what was in it? Or if it was even in it at all? So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with a pawnbroker by Mr. McGilda 2 months ago? And on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. 1 second. Quick! Let's open it and see what's inside! Huh? It's a music box player! Put the disc in! Good gracious! This is no ordinary box, it seems! Wow! Although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is this too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilda's disc, deposited at Windibank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilda's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilda? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to the curious disc at last. Hold it! Wait, my lord! Yep, just as I thought. It contains top secret information that the average civilian is not to know. Good grief! What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom to some silly objection. This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no! That piece of evidence is policy property, blah, blah. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it's the policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Gag! No further delays, please. Play the disc. You want to say, hey, it has top secret information on it. What on earth? That's clearly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? It's not. It's not. It's Morse code. Well, obviously, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. No, that's Morse code. I don't understand Morse code. Well, I understand why Morse code is used. I can't translate it. Are you ready to move on, Counsel? No, I'm not. It's Morse code. Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the box possibly be a new clue? It could be a clue. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord! But how can it be? It's an abomination, Counsel! Mere noise! I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever! It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh! Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defendant's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lip as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Hehe, making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music? Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, I know about Morse code. The thing is that, do we have a way to prove that it's Morse code? Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is. Yet. Runo? Meme face. I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. It's Morse code. Alright, well, if the box isn't broken, it must mean that the sound it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Morse code. Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is in fact not music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer. Now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend present proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box is I cannot switch to people, but I can present this.
Take that!
Today's paper council? The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pig Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry mole? Classified secrets have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice? Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wire telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input please. Stop. Oh! Me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madame. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap. I believe it's called Morse code. Thank you. But I don't believe it! Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? I've been thinking that for several streams now, but I can only just now bring it up. Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council, deserving of a capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? What is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death! So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do! I've had to stand here in silence while pretentious foreign lawyer has been, while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. That being a most, how do you even pronounce that word? Flagitious offense, for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less a serious crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may... You gotta let us have a rabbit in a park here, Governor! We've got things to say! I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie.
Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out a motherland.
Motherland? What? That's right, we're what they call
the Three Skulkin Brothers!
Bad timing, fellas! Very bad timing! So these guys are jumping into the testimony now. Graydon's counter.
A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sound produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGill anyway, was it not? I have no relation to that.
Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what we told us to do.
If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
It sounds like they're kind of throwing him under the bus. Kind of like, I mean, kind of like, hey, we didn't know anything about this, like, high treason shit. We thought we were breaking into a pawnbrokery to steal shit, and that's it. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Well, Mr. I'll do, Governor, what's up? I do take it that you now admit to the crime. On the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? We did, Gov! We did! So, we've got him on breaking and entering. He was definitely there. Quiet down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to.
You little rotter! Getting us mixed up in all this monkey business! You never said nothing about no government secrets! It was supposed to be a straight-up job!
And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old Broke didn't have to die, did he?
Ah! Nice to know who your friends are.
Whatever these gentlemen say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. The small music box has entered into the court record. This strange music box only appears to be able to play a single tone. It was deposited at Windibanks 2 days before the black overcoat. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information.
Hold it!
Why not? So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted?
How could I possibly know?
What do you mean by that?
Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information.
Oh no! Stop! Must say something, stop! I'm guessing it's juror number 5? It is font number 5, right? Yep. Juror number 5.
We regular communication...
I'm sorry, let me try and get the voice right.
We regular communication station officers aren't so lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader.
That's fascinating. Well, she's putting herself at great risk here. Because, if he gets out of this, she's fired.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idle. Stop.
So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon?
Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent in ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them.
Oh no, stop!
Must say something, stop! Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with the ministry technicians and ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now.
That's fascinating.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idle. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you kept your mouth shut.
She should really pick her idols more carefully.
I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code.
Hold it!
They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds.
Of course.
Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code.
Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Laughing.
I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson? Here in court? It sounds like Morse code to me. Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinctive tones.
Oh, 2 tones! Whoops.
Yes, a short... Oh. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. Can I hear the thing again? Can I play it? Yes, the movement is all thanks to the comb of the yada yada yada. Teeth on the comb are different lengths, so each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, what does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plugged by the passing bump, music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before. Can I play it though? I want to listen to it. Ah, damn it. I can't even skip this. Well, speed it up. The hell is this? Oh! What is it, Bruno? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah! You're right! Well, come on then! What are you waiting for? Let's open it! Alright then, here goes. Another one! Well, look at that! There's another movement on the underside. So, does that mean you can set another disc to play on this side? Yes, I think so, and it looks like the 2 movements are linked together. They're linked? So if you had 2 discs, they would both play back at the same time. Interesting! So this is how they would pull it off. Has that been added to the court record? Oh, come on. Who'd have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box? And this movement is like the other one. The cone's teeth are all the same length. So, this movement only produces a single tone, like the other one? Yes, it must do! Except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. But the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two tones. And there we go! Wait. Hold on. Don't go through that again! Okay. We got it. I'm just looking to do the court record. I just wanted to update the court record. That's it. Okay, so I'm guessing that's it. I'm just gonna have to present it to the court when necessary. Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this A, and this is B. So one long and, what was that, 3? So it was 1 dash and 3 dots, I want to say? But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so familiar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting out aspersions in future. Actually, it seems like I'm correct. The music box produces 2 tones. Stop. Nothing to say, but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slide into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Give it a try! There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box appears to produce only a single tone could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Right there. Oh. I can't feed through this!
Got it!
Good gracious! What am I looking at here? Another movement on the other side of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, If my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, do we have another disc? Yeah, I don't think we have it, actually. I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus when McGilda 2 months ago striking a deal over the disc or discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Exactly! I had nothing whatsoever to do with it!
Though it has a hold, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue.
The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Runo.
You will reiterate your testimony, if you please, Mr. Graydon.
If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilda anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man.
Hold it!
So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilda killed the brickmaker and stole the disc.
Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense, though, does it?
How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information?
How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to the meeting with McGilda and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that.
An old brickmaker from an artisan corner and this well-to-do communications officer.
If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. I mean, we have this. But we've just kind of, I mean, in the last in the last stream, we kind of established that I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. This is kind of untested. I'm actually going to try that.
If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
I am going to save. And I'm going to try two things. I'm going to try presenting... I'm going to try presenting it through this. And I'm going to try... Well, actually, no. I'm going to try presenting this first.
Objection!
Okay. That didn't work. So, let's try this.
Objection!
That didn't work either. I'm gonna look through this and see if there's another piece of evidence.
1 second. It didn't work. I just went up hurting myself. I guess we just got to keep pressing. Look, all we done is break into the goth the other night, like what you told us to do.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Grayson told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah! Who else, eh? Silly me thought you was just popping over for another after all them years, but the runner had a dodgy job for us. Ouch! Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. We're doing this. Oh, what? Who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash, I mean. You look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't think Adam and Eve of it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. I'm gonna try that again. Hold on. Mash's eyes kind of freaked me out a little bit. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Oh, blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin Milk and Run? How was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Add it to the testimony. My lord. Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more! A skulkin's never skulkin'! Milverton and Skulkin's milk run. Cool, those were the days. If we'd known there were some dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Hold it!
So did you know nothing about this music box? We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing. And we ain't planning on knowing nothing about it either. But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windibank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar, and that it was like some kind of a sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Windibank's all along, weren't you? We were, Gav, we were. You're right there. Because that's what he told us to do. It was his plan.
And why was it Mr. Graydon's plan to break into Windibanks that night? Did you not ask the reason? Well, he said the place was full of stuff with nicking. That's what he told us beforehand, anyway. Turned out it was all a load of cobblers, didn't it? I would best pleased, I can tell ya. In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. Hold it! I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business model, the name, leave it. Let's go with the model. So, how did your little business work exactly? Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk, see? If you stuck your empties outside your front door, he would leave you them full again, right? So, we swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price of the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were breaking it in, we were. So, did you live on a dairy farm or something? Gordon Bennett, are you off your rocker? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm. Right. No, what we had going was simple once you had the idea. We just switched them over, you see. Our customers empties with a full one from anyone who wasn't on our books. A doodle, right? I think you meant to say a diddle, and that's a crime. It was just an harmless bit of fun, that's all. Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it. Well, it was him who came up with the idea. Ash is the evil genius. You mean Mr. Graydon? Yeah, Ash always had his head in the book when we was growing up. Said he was gonna get himself an education and get out of that slum we lived in. Cool, we all ragged him about that, didn't we? Told him he was soft in the head to even think of it. But look at him now. He's only gone and become a blinking communications officer. He had just as much trouble saying it as I did. A communications officer, Mr. Skulkin. Shelms and Wilson's milk run. Don't even think about it. Exactly, Ryunosuke. Thank you. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although, all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Jeannie overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windibanks? But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason and the brickmaker who was horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Now, I'm gonna go through that again. Hold it! We're just gonna speed through all this. The business name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourself and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Mr. Skulkin Milkin Run, was it? Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. Who the hell is Milverton? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from?
All right. I thought a clever clause like you would have. What? Oh, he stopped it.
Enough of this! How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well...
And what the happiest homes that one came from?
Yeah, the old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him.
She took the name Graydon then, see?
But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it?
Of course not! This is all bunkum! I've been a Graydon since I was born! Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves,
You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct?
Very well, yes.
So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. Let's see, where is he on here? He's not anywhere in the court record, Mr. Mason. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. He's Mason's brother, isn't he? All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception is just stuff we've already heard. Wait, hold on. They just mentioned him, hold on. Oh, there we go!
Objection!
Okay, that's not the place. I'm gonna let that go. I'm gonna let that strike go. It's gonna pain me to see only 4 up there, but I'm gonna let it go because I forgot to save first. I should have saved first. But I'm on the right track.
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court?
Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me.
No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. As we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker? That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say Saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't... Oh, I thought he was his brother. I'm sorry. As I believe I mentioned earlier,
Your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the record to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGillen in collaboration with your father. Ah! The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes. Stealing information by sending in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Grayson concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. That's just in a sense. But a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you apprehended, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulking Brothers and broke into the pawnbroker. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? We never knew nothing about that! On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbroker touched one item, and that one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated by using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? He's gonna say we have no evidence because we don't know what the other disc is. Even though he stole it. I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Oh shit, there is! I didn't see that before! What? Ah! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbroker. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with McGilded. Has God... I'm not saying that. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the two firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon in the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. Yeah. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you! Hold it! Wow, my voice is actually kind of almost on point. You little upstart. You've made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. Try it! Try it! Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... What? Order! 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 Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of the theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. No. Wrong. Where is it? Single bullet wound from the back! I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the pit. It was in her hand! Oh, so many things wrong! Good gracious! This is quite extraordinary testimony! Do we have anything that points to her holding the gun in her hand? Let's see here. No. But we still have this. Good gracious! This is quite extraordinary testimony. I'm sorry if you keep hearing that, like, crackling sound. I can't help but mess with the Velcro on my pants pocket. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger? Order! 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 It wasn't my intention to testify this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. Dance all you want! You'll have plenty of time to do that in prison. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. Didn't you just say he was shot from the front? And as I said, she was showered in his blood. Except, no, she wasn't. No, she was not. You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat? Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. I mean, it does. But that doesn't mean shit. The blood could come from anywhere. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's the true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Runo. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Jeannie's coat. Yeah, but why isn't it on the rest of her? Whatever. Yeah, you're gonna have it buttoned up, never mind. If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, help! You're right! I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Yeah, Iris fucking shot and killed Gina. Nah, I just revealed that there's code on the blood, but that don't mean shit. That don't mean fucking shit. But that's not Mr. Winnebank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood. From when he was stabbed, McGilda was who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zieks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready. I already got something. They can say untested all they want. But this is what we saw his blood come out as. And the blood on the coat came out as purple. They can say untested all they want. And even then, we have proof. There's been, what the fuck? Isn't there like a police record or something that says that she was found with a gun in her hand? Yeah, Gina was holding when she was found unconscious. Gina will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. This cross-examination doesn't go well. If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Okay, I'm not even gonna waste time here. Let's see here. Let's see here. Just gonna save.
Objection!
Okay, that wasn't it. I don't understand why that was it. I really don't understand why that wasn't it, because that's an obvious contradiction right there. Toss the gun out the peephole. So I picked it up and made my escape. Except, it says here that she was holding it. Let's see here. I don't understand how that could be wrong. Whatever, I'll press everything. Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared in view of them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Add it to the court record! Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Except for the fact that you shot Holmes, but whatever. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves for forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the boom counter. Excuse me. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him Scarpa. The pair of you were setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together? Shame on you! Sorry, Gov. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm.
Hold it!
Hi, Adam. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot.
And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you.
So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later.
Did Mr. Windibank intend to shoot you, do you think?
Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home.
When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way.
And then he scampered through that door out back.
At which point, what did you do?
I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door.
Hold it! You mean you chased after him?
I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop.
And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom does a solid job, made out of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's what there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. Oh my god. I'm very sorry, Chair. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence.
So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank take place.
Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there.
The defendant?
Yes, though neither of them noticed I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man.
And then? What did you see next?
The accused in a black overcoat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety.
Hold it! Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand, but that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired by you.
But no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun.
The broker's gun was not the murder weapon. Oh my god.
That just makes things even more confusing. Oh my god! That makes less sense! That makes straight up less sense!
So clearly there had been a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. But no other gun was found at the scene.
Calm yourself, Counsel.
Sorry?
You must consider the events in order. At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
A chilling image, I must say.
I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl.
Hold it! All over her?
Yes, through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, the garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. Blue blood, not purple blood. I'd just like to point out. But it's not Mr. Windibank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGill had stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother. Then, I'm sorry, I almost used Zeke's voice. Then she tossed the gun out the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Why? Why would you do that? I didn't press that. Excuse me, whatever. As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment. But you have to find a way to break this man! And quickly too, because once they discover the blood on the Yellow Jover Gina was wearing, it's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood splatter over Gina's coat. It doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it happen. But we know that Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank, so what's going on? All I know is that it's very unfair. Why should some German scientist's test be acceptable as evidence when mine and Hurley's wasn't? Detectives can use test tubes too. Never mind that. I have to find a really stark inconsistency somewhere. Yada yada yada. I think I know where I have to look. I just have to get back to it. Yada 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 yada. Press. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? Why? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over.
Over where exactly?
In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door.
But why on earth would she do such a thing?
I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place.
So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime?
Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left.
Clear up? We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Fruit here told us to tidy up.
He thinks we're bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull out of glass. You're like a bull out of gate, aren't you?
Excuse me.
Gentlemen! Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, this D's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What was he going on just now? You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes he didn't you mention the third gun when we got down to the station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't think nothing about it. All that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Oh, blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Regsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. And here comes the results. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord.
Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat.
Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel?
No, my lord.
Well, there you have it.
The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that there was a result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report.
Goodness me! See? What did I tell you?
Objection!
I have one thing I can try, not sure if it's gonna work. No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibanks.
What on earth makes you say that, counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Well, this is Ace Attorney. So, they kind of can. I've seen it happen in this franchise. 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? Yes, and we already established that that was an error on our part. And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Didn't we just establish that we made a mistake with that? Didn't we establish that in the last stream? Didn't you make us establish that? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was...
I call it a bill of disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is.
How to determine whether the blood on that overcoat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done.
But, we used Mr. Scholl's specially formulated chemicals. Mr. Scholl's a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
But we've seen it work. I held Prosky to starving boy, and he ran away crying.
Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all.
How could you possibly say that?
Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish.
How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graham could possibly have known that fact was if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Arg!
My lord! Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now.
Sir!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Alright, then.
Guilty.
We'll do this again.
Guilty.
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict.
The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision. Equally successful. Ugh. I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo. This is Sholmes, isn't it? That scientific truths are, by nothing other than the human mind. I know that voice. It's Sholmes, it's Sholmes. I'm trying to get the voice back. One second, I'm gonna mute while I try to get the voice back. There we go, I think I got it now! There he is! There he is, boys! Mr. Sholmes! Oh. What is the meaning of this? Order! 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 What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me.
In what manner, sir?
I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time?
What say you to this, Lord Van Zeeks?
This trial has taken more hours of the court's time, having spent so long already.
Exactly! Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time!
As I always say, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense of mere 5 minutes. Eh?
Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes.
Sup, Sholmes? Dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival.
Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now?
Alright, I'm all wrong.
Sorry?
I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. I pray forgive me should I pass out.
Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah well, the concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community and oversight on my part.
Right. Modesty? Surely not.
Yeah, how's that scalpel on your body still doing? I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow.
What's that? A lavender, furoshiki wrapping?
A leaving present from Miss Usato.
From Miss Usato?
If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor.
I don't understand.
Miss Usato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means of both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in inconsiderable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions.
Ah, Deus Ex Machina. Not really a fan of it, but okay. A leaving present from Susato-san? Whatever could it be?
A camera?
What is this?
Oh! It's the machine I made!
Ah!
Look! I use this! It's my latest invention!
What is that?
I call it the cat flapomat.
How does this help us?
What's Susie up to?
Tell us the truth or we'll put a cat flap in your stomach!
Mrs. Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
Oh, Sato, no!
What? Didn't she say something like that?
She's not a failure at all!
You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
She's not a failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes?
That night, when you left Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves,
Mrs. Sato made use of this contraption. Oh! Oh! The people! I noticed that before! Hold on! Look! Look up here! No peephole! Peephole! She made that!
Mr. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow.
Not at all cryptic then. Susanoo-san used this cat flap-o-matic that night? But why? She made the peephole! How it has a knob on it, I'll never know!
Your 5 minutes is over.
We're out of time already?
I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan?
The rest is down to me? His testimony clings on him looking through the peephole to see that Gina was splattered by blood. But there was no peephole at the time. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests further cross-examination. Well, actually, first, save. Further cross-examination. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness.
Objection!
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness.
What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper.
My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord.
So nobody can say anything then. If Runo asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon,
The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd! I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. Hi, Suzuki! However, I will not permit any unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence. I'm gonna have to save. If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further.
my lord.
Yes, my lord.
A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead fate. I leave this in your capable hands.
Night-night. To stand so before the court in a state of such high fever, whether the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling.
I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you?
Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared?
Here we go.
Oh, he's not gonna slap himself!
One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. Here we go. And I won't waste this final chance that Tsutsada-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial.
Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
I don't think I'm allowed to press anything. Oh, this is different. I'm actually going to save here just in case. And here we will present not the cat flap-o-matic, but rather this.
Objection.
Okay, that didn't work. Let us load. Let's try...
Objection.
There we go. I was on the right track.
What on earth is this I'm sorry, that's wrong. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel? I'm very sorry.
Oh, it's my cat flap-o-mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work out... I'm sorry, that's the wrong voice. I'm sure we can all make that out for ourselves. Ah! But that cat-level contrivance has no possible relevance in this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. And, well, you're right!
Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous! What are you trying to say? Of course it was the peephole in the door! I said as much in my testimony! How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What?
Counsel, kindly say what you mean.
Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. There was no peephole at the time of the murder. What I mean to say is this, my lord. My assistants made the peephole in the storeroom, and until such a time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce! Are you really suggesting that the peephole on the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions?
This is a most serious act of vandalism!
For which I humbly apologize, my lord.
It was in the few moments that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel! The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. And they're gonna ask us to prove that there was no peephole in the door, at which point we show the photo. Order! 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 Is this credence? Is there any credence to this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. No, we have evidence that there was no peephole at the time. We have evidence. Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me.
I'm afraid not, sir.
Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? I mean, there's a door right behind you we can try it on. Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd! I don't believe it for a second! Haha, I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Waggy! Cooey! Time for dinner!
She already did it!
Good kitty. Well? Ah!
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey! One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey!
I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Windibank was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. Oh no, I can prove it. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my Flap-O-Matic creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people at Windibank are an exact match. Ugh! Hee Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student's friend turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for her Eastern Island home. That's true. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. I can do that. I can easily do that. I brought up the first time thinking it was the thing that I needed to present first. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zieks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. Excuse me.
Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zieks. Well, counsel, I have proof. I have proof. Let me present proof.
Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world.
Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim. Proof that the peephole in the door of Windibank's storeroom was created after the event and not before.
Take that!
What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered the scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof.
The necessary proof? This is a photographic print, counsel.
This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. And if you look at the door, there's no people there! It also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defense's broker. But, more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again. I don't believe it! This really is quite remarkable! The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description! Ugh!
Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. 1 second, I need to make those noises again. I'm better now. Ugh. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Ugh.
Order! 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 I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. Fallacious, my bad.
That sounds wrong. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly...
Good lord, there's more Lord Van Zieks?
The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Except, he already accepted that if his testimony was found to be lies, it would make him the killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. No!
No!
I don't believe this, but they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris? You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. So, no wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense.
Makes no sense? What do you mean by such a remark?
What you said in your testimony— oh yeah, the gun! The gun that was in Gina's hands! Reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel! Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency.
Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness's statement. They show that Mr. Graydon has knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely— well, this could be any of them, really. Any of these, really. I want to say the bloodstain. Yeah, he shouldn't have known about the third gun. He shouldn't have known about any of these things, really. I'm gonna go with the bloodstains. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat.
That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him.
But how could you possibly have known that?
Obviously, because I saw her do it to the people in the...
The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing.
You're not making any sense.
Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door?
What? Well, obviously, I...
Has the cock got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course.
The place is chock full upon articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have the officers working around the clock and shift so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people on the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole on the door. How on earth is that possible? Can I have one, please? Blood and Zix? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony. So if that's all the same to you, permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You'll remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Ugh!
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend! You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications.
Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person it could be. I think I know, actually, since they keep hinting at it. I'm gonna save just in case. Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Eh? Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend.
Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our 1 hour long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station, and until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder.
You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information? So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin?
Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson! This is a blooming outrage! Why would I be giving away details of our information to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery.
Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred.
Except we saw them doing that, we just didn't know what they were saying. Oh, I've just remembered something, Runo.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Jeannie was testifying. Oh yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony! Yeah, see, look at him! I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. One second, I have to make those noises again. I'm very... It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little tongue rag! You're making all this up! I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector for crying out loud! Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense.
What deal, counsel?
I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nippony student's specialty.
I don't do that.
But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It's incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim.
Evidence?
Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of this witness in return?
The other disc. The second disc.
The court must see proof of this alleged deal.
If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it!
Bruno, do you think it could be?
Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson had made with the witness? Let's see here. What would it be? Would it be the disc, or would it be the music box?
Take that!
Inspector Gregson! Besides his murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? 1 second. I have to do that a lot now for some reason. What are you getting at now, sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice? How in the bleeding Nord could you? We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession or the lead classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the discs for details of the case. You little AG! Order! 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 On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. I'm taking that whatever it is, I'm gonna get it down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is mine. That's right, miss. Anything belonging to McGill has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGillid was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were, recover the media, music, and convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. And do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely, I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. Court record, wrong button, wrong, I realized that there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid or abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
No!
Gah!
Objection!
If, and if, I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom.
Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that?
Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
What? What's that supposed to mean, eh?
As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes!
The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely. They can only have struck a deal with each other when Jeannie was testifying before. And Grexy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put them out to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search.
What? He's going to agree to it?
I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend.
You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here.
If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours and that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such a defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Runo because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? Actually? I say we search someone else. I'm saving just in case. Yes, the defense formally demands the search to be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nippony stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? A court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you.
Runo's doing what you all told him to do, and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect and listen to what he has to say in good faith, because that's the British way.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction, and eagerly awaits his next word. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has a disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you request this search, the search now?
Take that!
Mr. Ashley Graydon, my lord. The defense demands that he be searched at once. Very well. I presume you will not protest, Mr. Graydon? Au contraire. And so a brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, it was revealed that Mr. Graydon had nothing unusual on his person at all. That's strange. Well, it's a good thing I saved! Yeah, about that game. Yes, the defense demands that Inspector Gregson is searched at once. Very well. Are you ready to proceed, Inspector? Be my guest, huh? I'm now starting to think that I, Okay, that doesn't make any sense. I see now! I think I get it.
Objection!
The game's actually letting me skip this. It's like it knows. It knows. Thank you, game, for putting up with my saves coming.
Take that!
Of course, my lord. Mr. Nash Skulkin! Well, I never... what? Blimey! Me? In? Yeah, I made the mistake twice. I will openly admit to that. Restrain the witness who conducts a thorough search of his personal effects. Oh yeah, now he's nervous. Scotland Yard, how to object to the search?
Objection!
Okay, I had four. If I hadn't saved Scum, I would have gotten it anyway. Although I would have failed several times before this, but whatever. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. I completely forgot about the fact that he was shaking him at some point. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. No, hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. You know what? I'm sorry, I can't get over it. I do feel stupid for falling for the trap, not once, but twice. I do legitimately feel stupid about that, and I don't think I'm gonna get over it. I'm very sorry. Although that just goes to show just how clever this game can be, really. Another music box disc? I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. You put it on him as you were shaking him.
That is the second music box disc left by Magnus McGilded. Is it not Inspector Gregson? Order! 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 Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett! I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc! Honest to God! Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal was struck between this witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord. I completely forgot that he was shaking him before. I completely forgot about that.
Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in the possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in his trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he didn't know. Thought me noggin was gonna fall off clean, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was.
And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue! He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistle like that, start shaking me! Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got down to the station? That's what he said! Yelled it right down my ear, all he did! Me head's still throbbing now! The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig! He hid it? You... But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? The man himself revealed earlier in his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were, recovering the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and doing it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush? A top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So realizing that there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Oh, does that mean he only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket? So it was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of all this alleged deal? Admit to it? Yours truly? Please. Mr. Graydon! Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection!
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the people? I'm under no obligation to explain, except you kind of are. What?
Yes, I lied in my testimony, that I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder? Leaking government secrets? Striking a deal with a detective? All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You... What?! Play it to the court! Have juror number 5 translated.
Well, what about the inspector then? That's the wrong button.
Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I would declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuous in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Bartley thing? Well, now, as a fellow servant of Queen and Country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop! Currently in presence of idol, stop!
Detective has very much trust in my eyes. More than this I cannot say.
I don't believe it! These 6 jurors are... They're going to believe Gregson? If they declare their decision now... Is Jeannie going to be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose.
Play it! Play it, have her translate it! Play it and have her translate it. And we'll see if he goes through with it. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole those government secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson in admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. I think I know a way to do both.
Well then, counsel, I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decision, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. I'm not sure what exactly I have to present, but I know what I have to do. I have to make them play it to the court and have juror number 5 translate. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings now, Gina will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Gregson! Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Eh? What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. I'm assuming I already said before. I'm starting to... this is my last chance. Looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit that the deal he struck with Mr. Graydon.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGillicuddy's peculiar music box, counsel? Yes, with a disc already in place ready to play, I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time... with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well! Goodness, there's disc, counsel! No, wait! I can't let you do that! Why not? Because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why.
Objection.
Then you should have no problem letting us hear it. Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole court hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad! If I let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy out of the entire British government, you idiot!
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare! I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sound made by that music box. Come on, Lanzeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my method. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor, no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul. No! Very well, the defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Here we go. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. All right, I admit it. Whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that blue box up. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole on the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out that the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? Ugh. There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windibank! You! Traitor! And he just kind of stood there. Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! I thought that was the bailiff talking. That's it then. It's all over. It's not over, is it? I despised my life growing up. Those slums are a vile place. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decide to try and sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGildy. You're a fiend with a quite talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGildy would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. Lure the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Got you, Ashley? What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two, you are taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything.
It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of 2 discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas.
So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal, the exchange of the second disc?
Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money.
But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Crane. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself?
When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me,
Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore.
That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, take the money from McGilded, that's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew.
Hi, Neil.
Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore my father's name. To exact revenge.
Revenge?
As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and the witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that.
Are you saying that?
I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved.
He burned the bus.
That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man?
Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
What's this, officer? Takes sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There was sudden changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. So I asked if I could be present for it for myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, One of my sham policemen ushered McGillet inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death.
A spine-chilling account indeed.
But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see.
A loose end?
Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded.
Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them.
Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man.
What's this? Windibank's pawnbrokery?
Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will.
I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before.
Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault.
So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina.
I remember now that when we first met you at Windibank's that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Estrada written down. How did you know who you were looking for?
From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries.
This is very long.
I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline.
And he was absolutely right.
And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windibank's to redeem the ticket. The articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGillet's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing.
Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier.
But I was unaware of that fact. I had not been. I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGill was involved. Inspector! You've recovered fast! My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could.
Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbroker that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did.
So that's what prompted you to break into into that place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers.
What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I'd sold to McGillet on the shelves of forfeited articles.
And the second disc was inside?
Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my shop?
gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm.
The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb.
Yes, exactly, but unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge.
A sorry tale.
It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Winnabanks on that wretched night. Earlier, you called McGillen a monster. A man who uses wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have.
Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Ashley Graydon?
He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Pop Winnabank and the stealing of government secrets.
Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Yes, my lordship, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you are doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable.
Now, to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah?
It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir! Garrity Squadron standing by, sir! This is really it now! The last push! The final call! The finishing whistle! My men are ready to deliver their verdicts! Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
And there we go! That's the stuff! I'm off the hook! Finally, Runo! You finally managed to do it! Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right! You're the best lawyer in the world!
Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet.
Eh? What are you looking at me like that for?
I mean, she did kind of commit perjury. Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider.
Eh?
2 months ago in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGillen's property, it seems.
Eh? I've never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not.
It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGillicud's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. And just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Jeannie this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box and disc contain a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel.
Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. To demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom.
Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit that he'd done so. If I may say something on that point. Isn't that... It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
What?
What are you saying, madame?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see? So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madame, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels.
Yeah, I've had that level of obsession before, I'm sorry. But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones.
What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those just contain ministerial secrets, sunshine.
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGillicud conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further.
But it's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade.
Yeah, my lord?
That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity.
An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, I ain't nothing I done seen most in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how low life gets.
Gina.
But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windibank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty! That is all. Court is adjourned.
It's just the two of us in here now. So, what's going on? On a personal note, I must say you surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh! Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so different on the inside. Amen! You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and a trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew, and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me a cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. "17th of April, 5:24 p.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber." And there it is, the Case 1 music. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah! Congratulations, Gina! I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me right up to the end. Is it just me, or can I see a little bit of a tear? Hirozona's your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one has ever before, see? Kept promise, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of that, a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have to thank you for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make me a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has really been a pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! Well, I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. I don't remember what voice I gave him. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be?
Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Ah, that voice! It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruto. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ha-ha! See? It was me all along! I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling!
Ah! Mr. Sholmes!
Aha! Yes! It was me all along! You see?
I'd assume you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest.
Indeed I was! But I managed to escape again!
Oh.
I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence.
How very above board.
But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts just rewarded, I feel. Congratulations, Arnora. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you.
Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe.
Have I acted in some way, Mr. Strade?
While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives.
Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel.
Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes?
And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Strade.
What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious.
Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway, is that it?
The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGillen, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
Yeah, well, it don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, I'm upstairs. I'm sorry, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that bog trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, I'm upstairs making sure they get what they deserve. I'm upstairs making sure they get what they deserve. I'm very sorry. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hand and claiming the lives is another. Well, I ain't like McGilded in this. I'm sorry. Oh, in this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see.
A trait in you which is to be admired, Mr. Strade. Oi, just give it a rest, all right? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed.
I'm sorry.
Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Sheena.
Well,
There you are, Hurley! How long have you been here?
oh, wrong voice entirely.
Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these studs didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
I'll be careful. Ouch.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Jeannie tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you?
Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering? Taking the box, trying to stuff what was in the lug? Blah, blah, blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense. It's a job, isn't it?
I don't think so.
I think it is an offense, actually.
Still, it's got me...
It has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Well, no. But I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all of them, a lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them.
That's a wonderful idea, Jeannie, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it?
Aw. Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade! The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes. Goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Odo? Yes? You're gonna shoot me. Great. Ah! What was that for? I, don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh.
Oh, yes! It's good advice, Jeannie!
Right, I see. Well... Thanks, Odo. Aw. Thank you for everything, what you've done, for believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pick purse. What'd she take?
Oh, I nearly forgot! I bought a paper outside! It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page! Pickpocket's innocence proven! Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Jean Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Not again.
Well, what do you say, Runo Hurley?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not! I have no intention of listening to anything but good news! Ah. And there you have it. How people answer that question all says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped! It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left seas very choppy. Oh shit! The channel in particular is awful, so sailing out of Dover has been delayed by... Oh! That's actually good news. That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. Yeah, let's do it. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station early and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. I know a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport directors' foibles. What? I merely made knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria! '18th of April, 5:32 a.m. Port of Dover, quayside. That took somewhat longer than I anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? Over there, look! It looks like she's reading something. The Hound of Baskervilles, I believe.
Hold it!
Mr. Sato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailing's been delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The game does a really good job of just tugging at the heartstrings. Okay, that's just something on my computer monitor. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now, so I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time! Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? she just took it from ours. To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun! I stole Bruno's armband! Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flap-o-mat. So I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Winterbank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo! Right! After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play in my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device I had on my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So, you used a cat flap-o-mat to make the peephole in the door? As captured in a photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was the first important stat point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the side that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier. The trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal is planning to do the same thing now? Because of the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime? That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnesses, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door.
Ah! For which, a peephole would be the very thing.
Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not?
A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew that at the time, what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think everything.
But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Mr. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade's.
Mr. Sato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Mr. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Oh, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo. You saved me too, from my regrets.
Well, we must be all thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured.
Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out! I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't?
There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds made on the disc were just meaningless tones.
As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted.
In cipher? I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway.
Nonsense, my dear fellow! It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you.
I don't think I want to know. Asogi?
What? Asugi?
Well, that can't be a real word. Isn't he the guy from the last case? Wait! Iris! What did you just say? Oh, I just said Asugi. Does that mean anything? Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asugi was the name of my best friend.
Kazuma?
But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. I thought Asugi was the guy from the last trial, not Kazuma, but whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added Morse code to use in their own languages. I don't believe it! Are you saying... That's right! I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram, is it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says Asugi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Mr. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madame, that you focus your efforts on the English version? Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asugi. Kazuma Asugi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Gerugusen. Gregson?
It would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list.
And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? And the last name... What's the matter, Mr. Sato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense! The last name is J. Wilson. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? I felt weird saying that just now. It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names it reads, if I translate them from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what's noted down, Iris.
Hold on, let me check something.
I just can't believe it. Who would have ever thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names.
It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So Daddy could be in Japan then? Where Susie and Ruzy come from?
Runa, I'm sorry. Oh, well, I guess we have to tell her now.
No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be just as many. Must be lots of J's among them.
Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. We're gonna have to at some point. This is so strange. Somehow in solving the case of Mr. Winterbank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave.
I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside.
Honk!
Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon.
Yes, it seems so.
I'll sail on the steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you safe passage, Miss Susato!
Thank you so much. I wish you all the very best.
Miss Susato! I had hoped you... I'm sorry. I had hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me.
Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon.
As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't you forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill.
A promise?
About your manuscript.
Ah! Oh yes, the Hound of Baskervilles.
Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes?
Do you remember the first time we met?
Yes, of course. On the SS Buria, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the Susato takedown.
You know very well what I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma's great legacy.
Miss Susato.
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will.
Quick little reference.
Whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo! Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. Red? The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line that all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and how it was all your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mr. Sato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? 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 It's alright. I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something else so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind? Well, certainly! Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh, yes! I love Runo's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. Then, I really must say...
Objection!
Alright! 18 streams in! And we have... Oh, Shu Takumi! Brilliant, sir! Brilliant work, sir! Oh, fuck! No, I don't want to skip this, I just want to read it. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. So I advertised them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. I'm not done with these streams. I'm not done. There is another game on this cartridge. A second game. Ah, I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. Some dry toast and insipid coffee. Do I miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfast? Aw. I miss Susato too. But next week, these Greatest Attorney streams will continue with the next one. I don't remember off the top of my head what it's called. Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly! Rarely do rare Coben coins hide under rare stakes themselves. Well, I don't know his father is an innocent man. Are you calling my son a liar? Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. Next week, Tuesday, 7 o'clock, assuming everything goes all right with what I do before these. I'm pausing. I have to get this out. Assuming everything goes right with what I normally do before these streams, we will be playing the second game in the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. But that'll be next week, in between now and then, on Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will be continuing Mass Effect 3 Legendary Edition, and we will be continuing our fight against the Reapers. And once I get through the talking bits of this stream, I'm going to be calling it, because the stream... I like these streams to end at 9. It's almost 11. There's stuff I gotta do tomorrow morning. And I haven't had dinner yet. So, yeah. Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I lay low on the steamship for a while. But last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong! And all I've done was give Wagi's offspring a refuge. A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair! Bro. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Trying to remember all the voices. The latest Friends magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Want to hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Glug, glug, glug. Ah, her ladyship puts me to shame. Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for my dicky peg. I think I'm managing rather well with the housework too. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. My Raleigh is back on the beat again, all thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners, their dropped-off pennies, and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, Raleigh. Oh, brother. Yeah, she's still in jail, unfortunately. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for Nada, so it ain't too boring. She always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. It's gonna be this stuff all the way through, isn't it? In what looks to be the same cell. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please. Give over, bruv! That ain't the Irish we used to know! We ain't time in here planning to come back Milton Sullivan looking right now. The three Muscowatsits. The milk in the neighborhood for all they're worth. This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
Well, that's a great one. I'm guessing these are the rest of the credits. Yep. Another brief round of applause for everyone involved in the production of this game. Great job. Sincerely, great job to all of you. I have thoroughly enjoyed it. That one bit in the last 2 streams ago was kind of BS. But that's small pennies to just how great this game was, and I look forward to playing the next game next week. Until then, this is CS Nazo signing out. I'm not ending the stream here, as I like having the credits show throughout. You know, when I finish playing a game, I like showing the credits. That's just something I like to do. So I'm just gonna mute my mic here, let the stream continue, and then I'm gonna, I don't know, go start dinner, go to the bathroom. But I've already told you guys when you can see my streams next. I'll see you guys then. Take care.